Okay, this is the part where yep, this is the part where I just hit the, turn the microphone on and start the stream, but I just realized that my coffee is done in the other, just what's that? Oh. All right, now that I have my coffee, I'm ready to build factories. So we get in Halo CE today. John, it's funny you mentioned that. Okay, it's funny you should mention that. We cooked a little bit last night in the after hours segment. I don't know if you saw it. I don't know if you've seen it. Glad you're streaming, giving you some company while you work. My pleasure, Doctor. Doctor. The stream was a success. Did you see Tom Did's video? I have not. Goodbye, Tidris. I know what that means, and I don't agree with it. I have thoughts. Last I saw, you were playing with two massive balls. That's octagons. Thank you very much. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, where are we? Oh, geez. This isn't satisfactory. It looks like the Pillar of Autumn's interior. Uh-oh. Geez, where could we be right now? Here, let me add some ambience here. Oh, wow. If you check out the picture with the cross-section, you notice that the red horizontal lines don't match up with the center of the deck plating. I checked out last night's VOD, and you made a mistake that could have huge consequences if not corrected now. Okay. How late did you stay up last night to get all this done? It's prefabricated segments. Raiden, I'll read what you're saying in a second. Let me bring everybody up to speed. So I worked on making the prefab segments for the interior components of the ship. I don't know. I'd like to think it looks pretty similar. How late? Yeah, it's, reported for wrong category. Yeah, it's not exact, but I noticed that the Pillar of Autumn is painted hospital green, or like hospital beige. And the interesting thing is, if you served in the Navy, that's what they paint the interior of the ships. You know why? Because it's a calm color, like a hospital. Don't panic, right? It's, yeah, seafoam, exactly. It's a very calming color. So, this is me doing some tests with getting the bulkheads right, and building out all the pieces correctly. The cool thing is that I made these in prefab segments, so they basically fit together like puzzle pieces. Your blueprints are too low. That's why you've got gaps when you tried to stack them. Here. How's that? Does that make this better?
Little people first! Good thing that food is waiting for me on the starship, cause man, I built up a big, grunty thirst! They're all around me! Ah! Run away! Run away!
Alright, Stitch? That's not Stitch, it's a grunt. How late did you stay up working on this? It didn't take too long, Hokie. The reality of the situation is that I designed 3 components here. There's 3 prefabs here. Well, yeah. I noticed that how the Halo developers made this, and Raiden, once again, I'll get to that in a second. How the Halo developers made the level is basically textbook level design, even though it's from a little... How Bungie did this, it's a little bit old school, but... So, okay, check this out. Lundprod went on Sketchfab and found somebody uploaded basically the entire interior from Halo 1 of the Pillar of Autumn. It's the level, not the ship, right? So you have the bridge. Cortana, all I want to know is, did we lose them? We made a blind jump. How did they, you know, like, so we have all the interior, right? This is from Halo 1. It's not necessarily from Anniversary, right? But I noticed that how Bungie basically made these levels is just making a bunch of prefabricated components. Now, if you're a Fallout fan, Todd Howard does this. Bethesda does that all the time. But this was from 20 years ago. Actually, it's almost 25 years ago, which is bananas. That's really smart level design for the time. But I noticed that they made, like, there's 3 or 4 different pieces here. You have your wide corridor. You have your wide corridor X braces, so those are like junctions. You have wide corridor junctions, and then wide corridor straight pieces. And then there's wide corridor straight piece junctions with doors on the sides. That's it. Now, if you go in and look, also sounds a bit like Gollum. Yeah, it's the grunts from Halo, the Ungoi. The Ungugoi. So if you look at how this is all set up, obviously there's one of the octagonal pieces, the octagonal struts. It's weird calling them that, but you get what I'm saying. The octagonal superstructure that goes through some of the bulkheads. That's the octagons. You guys keep seeing me like, oh my gosh, the octagons, oh my gosh, the octagon. Like, that's, the Halo lore has the octagonal structure going through. So basically what I tried to do is do exactly what they did. I did the same thing. So I've started making like 3 or 4 different types of components. Like you have your X corridor right here is what I'm calling it. The X wide corridor, which is a junction. So I made a corner version, I made a 3-way version, a 4-way version, and then a through-way version, right? So we have entrance here in one variant. You have all 4 entrances in another variant. You have 2 entrances in another variant and 3 entrances in another variant. You could just spin the thing to get it to basically be anything. That's 3 prefabs basically made off of the same part. That's it. Can we get a link to the Sketchfab? Yeah, sure. Right? There you go, I linked it up. So, hey Tessa, what's going on? So, I started making the corridor pieces, and I noticed that the wide corridor pieces sometimes have a cut side. Like, if you look at it from the top, there's the wide corridor cut piece right there. And then there's just straight wide corridor piece, which is, those are all cut pieces. There's a straight wide right there. See what I'm saying? So I just started making a bunch of different prefabricated components, and it turns out that I'm gonna build this with prefabs the exact same way that Bungie put together the original map, only I'm gonna do it and make it fit inside of the ship. See? Look, it's just prefabricated segments. It's the same thing. Some of them have the cut side, some of them don't. See? Some of them have a cut side, some of them are full width, wide corridors. The cool thing about this, and I know what people are gonna ask, okay, EJ, well that's cool, what happens if you need a door? The way I made this, you just delete this, delete the wall, and replace it with a door, and then it'll attach to whatever. I'm trying to make this so I need to do as little design work as possible to get the maximum amount of permutations so I can make like the 700 decks on this ship correctly. I have to fill that up. Well, Dean, it's just level design, dude. In another life, guys, I was a hard surface modeler and an environment modeler. I can make levels for video games. I know how they go together. I just decided I like spaceflight and even more. Are you going to be using any prefamulated amulite? Yes, surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the 2 spurring bearings are in a direct line with the pentametric fan. Every 7th conductor being connected from a non-reversible chemi pipe to the differential girdle spring on the up end of the Grammys. Yes, the prefabricated structure segments have reached a high level of development and are successfully being used in the operation of No for Trunnions. The funny thing is that that's how they make ships. Exactly, Bren. The Navy builds aircraft carriers the exact same way. I'm serious. They build it the same way. They make chunks, and they just start stacking chunks on top of each other. That's it. The fact that you have that memorized, sorry. Moreover, when a fluorescent score motion is required, it can also be employed with a drawn reciprocating dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it. So, yeah, check it out, dude. This was me doing some lighting tests in here. That looks like a spaceship to me. That looks like the inside of the Pillar of Autumn to me. You're a dingle arm. You tell me something I don't know. No for Trunnions. Blackness with a 61-month resub. Thanks, man. Thank you for all the support. Looks good, Mark? Yeah, there you go. Having that memorized is crazy. Sorry, my brain... I think I was dropped on the head as a child, Dean. My brain works too good sometimes. And subs, we barge parts between Connecticut and Virginia. There you go, man. Yeah, it's just... this is how ships are made. Which is super cool. So, anyway, Raiden, what are you talking about here? You said that I had some problems with how the decks fit. This was me. I made a prefab of one of the bulkheads here for the parts, so I can get kind of a spatial awareness, and then we need to figure out how this all fits together. What... I did this very late at night last night. The corridors are 5 meters high, not 4. Okay? On all your blueprints. Okay, so what's the problem here? Why, right there, we should be able to get away with it. I saw a model of the Pillar of Autumn that has a slightly darker brown touch. Yeah, it's probably, what you're probably seeing, Pigeon, is either the remastered version. Well, actually, it's probably the remastered version. So, for the 10th anniversary of Halo 1, they basically did an art pass on the entirety of Halo 1. And if you look for pictures of the Pillar of Autumn and you found this, that's from the anniversary one. Look. I would love to make this. I would love to. I don't think I can add this much detail. I'm not sure I can make this. Buenos dias! What's up, Coltec? The side fumbling was effectively prevented. CEA is so beautiful. It is nice. It is nice. We could use pipes, but... yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, like, either way, dudes, I think what we have here is... I added a little bit more going on than the original Halo CE stuff. Like, I put the roofs on here, and they have all the... you know, all that steel. You know, we used steel roofs, and they have all the steel up there, and that adds enough parallax to make it look right. This is, I honestly think this is good enough. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with the lighting. I'm happy how the lights scatter. I'm happy with the look. It looks like a spaceship. This looks like Halo. In fact, if we put those stupid barricades up and we added some Covenant, we'd fool a lot of people. Halingar, damn, gotta go to bed. See you later. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Yeah. Hey, Vargon, what's going on? Chief, what's up, dude? Just came home from work at EJ streaming. That means the weekend has started. Today is a Friday in California. The way you're doing it is freaking amazing. I'm interested in how the UE5 remaster of Halo CE will work. I don't... yeah, maybe. I mean, this is in U5 for what it's worth. Kelly, what's going on? I'm so happy you're finally playing Halo 4. Ugh. Yeah, Mark, so 343 basically rebranded to Halo Studios the other day. This was like super recent, and they announced that they're going to do a Unreal 5 remaster of Halo, which I think that's missing the mark a little bit. Like, okay. I really don't think a remaster or a graphics upgrade is what the Halo franchise needs at this point, but alright. Fool people into thinking this is Halo and UE5, yeah baby. Anyway, either that or they're gonna do Halo 5 or whatever in Unreal 5, which Halo's a Havoc game, man. Without it being in Havoc, it's... Look, man, engine rebrands for a franchise video game is not a good idea. Unless it's like unless you're upgrading the engine. A rebrand like that I don't think is wise, but whatever. Anyway. I'm starting to get sick of the remasters, to be honest. Yeah, Bert, I know what you mean, dude. I thought they were saying the next Halo would be in UE5, not specifically a remake or a remaster. Okay, I need to check my thoughts on that one. So, yeah, because there's clearly some disconnect here between what I'm saying and what you guys are saying. So, I'll check myself before I riggedy wreck myself. Okay, the beams from the octagons don't go through the center of the bulkheads. Your rooms aren't aligned correctly because they have the wrong height. That's why they look wider than in the game. Baden, I'm sorry, my brain is being stupid. They do feel kind of wide. Guys, see, here's the thing. Okay. Pardon me. I'm not trying to make excuses here, but say the corridors are too wide, okay? Say they're just a smidge too wide. Think about this for a second. How are we going to make them narrower without having some serious foundation problems? Because the way this works, I made the X corridors, right? I made them 16 wide. The wide corridors are 16 wide. The small corridors are going to be 8 wide, right? I understand that that is it's just a smidge too wide, but also at the same time, if we tried to make the wide corridors 12 meters wide, that's too short. And you're going to start running into problems with the foundations, with not being able to have half foundations, unless we want to start clipping parts together and get Z fighting all over the place. I chose this on purpose. They only look wider because they're 1 meter too low. So Raiden, what do you think I should do? Raise the ceiling? Because raising the ceiling might run into the same issues. Okay, so there's another thing I'm worried about here. Okay? In order to get this lit correctly, no, it won't. If you make the outside of the blueprint 7 meters high, you could stack them without putting anything in between. Okay. Okay. It's Hey, it is me, Floykin. I got a train question. So instead of braking at the wheel, causing flat spots, grinding, etc., why not grab the rail like the calipers grabbing the rail to brake? So the rail has ties tied to it, Blacken, like on a train. So, all right, little lesson on how train tracks are made, okay? So, guys, a little bit of a tangent here. Just give me 1 second. All right, so here we go. This is what I'm talking about. So, with train tracks, you have rails and then you have ties. Why they call it? It's just a piece of wood. It's pine treated. It's tar treated wood. Now, why? Why do you have that? What are these for? Right? The ties. The reason why they're called ties is because they tie the rails together. They keep the rails parallel from each other. If the rail ended up not being parallel, you'd have a big issue. Yeah. If one of the rails if they're not perfectly parallel, the train doesn't train very well. Now, connected to the ties, you have I actually forget what this thing is called right here. There's a bracket right here, and the bracket has the spikes driven into the wood, and the spikes are basically the spike in the bracket is what retains the rail. Okay, it's what retains the rail to the ties. Any type of braking right here would basically okay, so two things. Any type of braking here would basically foul on this stuff. There's also the brackets that hold the rails together. You see them down there, Fly? Can I see it on the left? Right there? There's a bracket that holds the rails together. It's just a metal plate that you put bolts through, and it keeps the rails true to each other on the long axis, right? So that's basically going to foul. If you tried to put a braking mechanism like down here somewhere, it's going to foul on all that stuff. The other thing, oh, yeah, see, that's what happens when you don't set the bed correctly. Yeah, that's, whoops. The other thing to take into account, dude, is how is that braking mechanism going to work on a switch? How does that work? See what I'm talking about? How's your braking mechanism that grabs the rail? How is that going to work? And I know what you're going to say. Okay, the solution here is to just make it deployable. Make it deploy down and then clamp the rail. That's way more complicated than just having a caliper hit the wheel. Right? See what I'm talking about? They're angle bars. There you go. See what I mean? There's a lot of stuff involved here. You wouldn't be able to switch tracks if you had something clamping the bottom of the rail. Now, here's the thing. Trains have this thing, okay? If you ever look at railroad wheels, okay? Railroad wheels are tapered, okay? Important to understand. Railroad wheels are tapered. They are tapered so you can go around a corner correctly. Trains don't have a differential, do they? Nope, they don't. They don't have a diff. They use tapered wheels. The reason why they use the tapered wheels is actually, frankly, ingenious and one of the smartest things that humanity has ever come up with. Whoever thought of this, it's pretty much George Stephenson, but whoever thought of this is not so smart. Okay? So check this out. The way they overcame the differential radius here. So like when you're going around a corner, your inner wheel is going to be traveling at different RPM than your outer wheel. How they overcame that was a taper. When a train's going around the track, it actually leans a little bit, and that's because of the tapered wheels. The tapered wheels have a lesser diameter on the inside and a greater diameter on the outside. The tapering of the wheel makes the train lean, and when the train leans, right, it moves kind of sideways over the rails, right? It'll move this way relative to the rails there. That's so the train can go around a corner without basically having this wheel burning out when it goes around a corner. You sometimes hear this with subway cars that go around. You sometimes hear the wheel squeak. If you live in the city, you hear the wheel squeak on a subway car when it's going around a corner because subways take tight corners. And the taper is not enough, so you hear the wheels squeak, right? If we didn't have tapered wheels, every train would squeak like a subway. Now, this allows the train to kind of move laterally over the rails. It can move back and forth this way. If you had some kind of brake clamping the rail there, Fleiken, it basically negates this thing from working. And without that thing working, you might as well not have any wheels. The train would be about the same use with no wheels. And a train with no wheels doesn't really work very well now, does it? See what I'm talking about? Yeah, every railroad car has tapered wheels. Every single one of them. It doesn't matter if it's in the US, in Canada, in Mexico, Russia, Europe, even the high-speed rail trains that, you know, the bullet trains, Japan, in Japan, in Europe, in China, they all have tapered wheels. Because without this, the train's pretty useless. It can only go straight. Does that make sense, dude? Yeah. Figured out basically a passive differential. It's really smart. Compare that to a car, which basically does the same thing doing that with that. So this is a pinion. That's a pinion, a ring gear, and then a spider gear set to allow each axle to move independently of each other while still driving each wheel. Yeah. Crazy, right? Yeah, that's how cars solve this problem. Every car has one of those. Every single one, even Teslas, they have those because you still have to go around a corner with a car no matter what engine you have. Yeah, a train just solves that by tapering the wheels. Now I know what the next question is. Well, why don't we just taper the wheels on cars then? Because cars don't ride on rails. Yeah, cars ride on a flat surface. With that being said, cars do have something called camber. They have adjustable camber, where you can kind of achieve the same thing here, but for a different reason. That's more for handling purposes. You can tilt the tires out on the front tires out on a car, so when it drives around a corner, right, and all your momentum gets pushed down on the right front tire, it's basically flat on the ground, right? So if you steer left or steer to the right, or steer left, it goes this way. Steer to the right, it goes that way. See what I'm saying? Cars have camber for that reason. Not a lot though, because most of the time cars are going straight, at least in the United States. Pretty cool, huh? But yeah, good idea. It's better to just put the brakes on the train. But here's the thing. Last thing first and foremost. Trains have a really good braking solution. It's called dynamic braking. So dynamic braking. Ooh. What is that, GP40? Great locomotive. So the train, a modern locomotive in the United States that's moving freight. Yeah, I know. The Europeans look at that and say, modern locomotive, huh? Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah, try moving like a 20-mile freight train, then we'll talk. Across like 3,000 miles. Yeah, okay. A modern kind of locomotive has a diesel motor in it, and that diesel, a big diesel motor, like the ones on the crawler transporter that NASA uses. It's actually, the crawler transporter uses diesel locomotive engines from Alco. They're Alco 261C V16 turbocharged diesels. There's two of them. What that does is it's connected to a generator, and the generator is connected to induction motors. Basically, the motor is mounted right here, and then it's geared to the wheels. There's gears on these axles, right? Trains do have brakes. You can still see the caliper. The caliper mechanism is right there. See what I'm talking about? It's right there. They still have regular brakes. But the best thing that they ever came up with a diesel electric locomotive is dynamic braking. Basically, what the dynamic braking does is regeneratively charge. It regeneratively charges the motors, right? So when the train's trying to lose momentum, you basically initiate the dynamic brake. And what it does is the electrical motors in here start generating power from the momentum from the train, right? The momentum of the train's going forward. You want to slow down, so you basically turn the motors on, right? And they'll start generating power from the momentum. They'll take the kinetic energy from the train and convert it into electrical energy. Here's the thing, though. There's no batteries on this. Trains don't have like a battery bank that they charge. That might be a good idea in the future, but what they have is what's called a resistance element. It's basically a huge insulator built into the top with cooling fans. That's what that thing is up there. See this little hump up there? It's a resistance element. Basically, the motors are generating tons of electrical power, and it's basically bled off through the resistance element as heat. The dynamic braking basically takes the kinetic energy of the train and converts it to electrical energy and puts it through a big isolator. And that isolator can, the insulator basically can absorb a crazy amount of power, and it just gets hot. And then they just cool it, and it can keep absorbing the momentum of the train. That is the train's best insurance. That and, well, Wabtec brakes, but that's another story. Yeah, the resistor grids. Exactly, Mile. You got it, man. Well, yeah, of course you got it, dude. You know. You have an 87 Bimmer that doesn't have adjustable camber in the rear. Yeah, that's fine. An 87 BMW is not... It's supposed to be a cheap and economical car that's fun to drive. Something that BMW doesn't really... especially that economical part. Yeah, no, it's genius. There's a reason why we don't stray away from diesel electrics, guys. I'm sorry, it's for the distances that we need to cover and the freight trains that we need to move. This makes the most sense. Electrifying 3,500 miles of tracks makes no sense when you have that, right? Like, that's kind of a little bit of a different argument, but you get the idea. Modern electric trains can push the braking electricity back into the wires. Yeah, that's actually if we did electrify it, that is a plus, but that's a lot of work when what we have works just fine. Is that a similar system to the ERS in Formula 1? Yes. Yep. So, in Formula 1, they have energy recovery systems that are taken from two things, okay? And forgive me, I don't know what the modern rules are for Formula 1. There's frankly too many of them, and I can't keep track of all of them. I have bigger things to worry about, like how trains work and how space shuttles work. So there was a time in Formula 1 where they had the MGU-K and the MGU-H, all right? Motor generation unit heat, motor generation unit kinetic energy, I think. So on a Formula 1 car, there's an electric motor in the transaxle. Like on a hybrid. It's a hybrid car, right? And that electric motor will recover energy when you're trying to slow down, like dynamic braking on a locomotive. But they also have the MGU-H. The MGU-H recovers heat from the turbo. Or no, it recovers heat from the brakes. And then they changed it to recovering energy in the turbocharger, which is actually super smart. And then that also made it so you can deliver energy to the turbo to keep it spooled. Basically a hybrid anti-lag system, which is really, really, that's cool. Modern cars should have that, but whatever. MGU-H is turbo, MGU-K is the brakes. Yeah, forgive me. I knew I was going to get that wrong. Sorry about that. Oh, Matt, you don't even know, dude. You're just scratching the surface. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can tell you trains, planes, automobiles, whatever. I like anything, any mechanized transport that moves. Spaceflight is just my number one. You know why? Because they go fast. I like things that go fast. Also, anyone want to see a battery-powered locomotive? Wabtec Formula GE Flex Drive. I'd want to see it. And that's why I subscribe. Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, trains are cool, man. So, Matt, the reason why I like all this stuff, right? But the reason why, it's an interesting reason why I like all this stuff. The reason why I make it a thing to know how trains work, or how an airplane works, or how a car works, or how, our electrical grid works, or how plumbing works, or anything like that, is because, dude, I think it's very important to understand how easy we have things nowadays. Like, you go back 100 years from now, dude, they dreamed of this type of luxury. You know what I'm saying? Like, you go back 200 years, if you showed like Christopher Columbus an aircraft carrier, he would lose his mind. If you showed Leonardo da Vinci the space shuttle, he would... first of all, Leonardo da Vinci would probably be like, yes, I predicted that something like that was going to happen. Very nice. But he'd lose his mind, right? I think it's important to keep it into perspective that we have untold luxury. Like, it's really important to understand this. And I think that people take it for granted people take it for quartz too much nowadays. And people take it for granted. People just expect the electrical grid to work. You just expect a train to be on time. You just expect your car to work and not be broken. I don't like that. I don't think that's right. So the reason why I made it a thing to learn how all this stuff works is, one, it's cool to tell about it. Just trains are cool. I like trains. Trains are awesome. Trains are amazing. I've liked trains since I was like 2. You know, I blame my dad buying me model trains, but I digest. It's just important to know how we got here and know why, like how we got here and why, you know? My food comes from the grocery store. Exactly. The logistical web that we've woven in modern society is so important to understand that if that system stops working, we're going to be in a world of pain. You know? It's just important to understand it, dude. You know? And that's why I like telling you guys about it. Because, dude, I mean, you just see this thing, and it's just a thing that makes noise that goes down the rails. But there's so much thought that went into making this. The fact that we can make something like this at all is unreal. You don't see a giraffe making locomotives, right? You don't see a chimpanzee making an airplane, right? That'd be kind of cool, right? We're the only ones that can do that on this planet. We're the only ones that can do stuff like this. That's really, really cool and really important to understand. And hopefully we do stuff like this in the future. That'd be amazing. Engineering is magic. Enough said. It did break ever so briefly. Yeah, right. I feel the same way. Understanding how systems work, but trying to find a cool and fun, exciting way to learn about it is the big problem with the education system. I mean, if we're trying to get kids involved with how cool trains are, you just show a train hitting a car on a train track with nobody on board, and seeing how it throws around the car like the Hulk blasting through a wall or something. Trains have a lot of momentum. Even though it's going slow, the amount of energy it has, kinetic energy it has, is a little bit misleading. Just because something is moving slow doesn't mean it doesn't have a lot of momentum, right? Like a cruise ship. Ever seen Speed 2? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, see? Who's gonna teach you about kinetic energy and momentum and reference Speed 2? That was an awful movie, but it was fun to watch. Speed 1's way better. Well, they do find all that stuff I need in the Amazon. Who's making that? Yeah, right? The Pillar of Autumn must have a lot of momentum. Well, if the engines are going full blast, sure. Or the steamroller from Austin Powers. But yeah, man, that's cool. Like, I think that spaceflight is the culmination of all this stuff. You know how many things needed to exist for rockets to actually just work? Look at Starbase. Trucks. You need trucks to make that. You need cranes. You need construction equipment, excavators, bulldozers. You know, those things just weren't available. Every one of those pieces of equipment has a story to tell of how it came to be. Just like a train, right? So much stuff needs to come together to get Starbase to do what it does. I think it's important to understand that. And I think you get an even more appreciation for what Starship does when you understand all that in perspective. Which is why I went Looney Tunes when I saw that stupid booster come back and land. I'm like, that's my brain going, EJ, do you realize all the stuff that needed to go right to get that thing to land there? Like all the technicians, engineers who go and feed their children. Every single nut and bolt on that tower had to be perfect. Every single piece of software that governs the chopsticks and the booster to work in synchronous, despite being two separate vehicles, needed to work perfectly, and it all worked perfectly. All the stuff that needed to come together to do that is absurd. It's absurd. That's ridiculous. That's why, dude, that's why my reaction to that booster landing, that was genuine, because my brain, what my brain's telling me is like, I kind of have a sensory overload because of all the stuff that needed to work to get it to do that is mind-blowing. I'm like, what the heck? How did that happen? You know? It's impressive, man. It's impressive stuff, and I'm just humbled to be able to see it, you know? It's cool, man. It's cool. It's really cool stuff. You're a monster, Zord. I know. So yeah, you want to learn about trains? Ask me a question about trains. You want to learn about cars? Ask a question about that. Planes? Whatever. Spacecraft? I got you. That's my thing, man. I love knowing how stuff works. It's my... Dude, that is... Like, I feel like I'd be doing a disservice. Even if I wasn't streaming, I would be doing a disservice to the luxury that I've been gifted if I didn't know how it works. Right? Like my heater. The heater in my house the other day wasn't turning on. Okay? Just a quick side story. The heater in my house wasn't turning on. We had a cold front come through Boston, and it is freezing out. It's not. It's good right now, but... Right? And the heater wasn't working. So what do? Do I call a person? No. I know how the damn HVAC system works. It's a heat exchanger. Easy peasy. It's a heat exchanger that uses gas to heat air. I have a high efficiency heater in my house, so it has a cooling loop that's open loop to the outside air. It's called a high efficiency heater, right? So I went and started looking. If you look on the heater, you open up the panels, all right? You have to there's two panels on the heater, right? And one of them has the mechanical equipment in it, and the other one has the control board in it. If the control board is not a motherboard, it doesn't have a computer on it, it's just a heater, it's just a control system. It's a control PCB, right? I know how all that works. I've built a computer before. I know what it's doing. And then there's a manual on the back side of one of the plates that you have to take off that tells you exactly what's going on. So it's flashing, the control board's flashing different colors, right? Like a motherboard would if it has a CMOS problem or a BIOS problem, or it's not booting in post. It'll tell you why, right? So it's flashing, so I check the manual, I look at it, and I figure out what's wrong. And it turns out that some moisture got into my heater, right? And I have to replace components, but the blower motor was, because moisture got into the blower motor, it basically seized. I have since ordered new parts, but what I did was took some air tool lubricant and dripped it into the motor and started turning it, and it turned on and it started working. The control board flashes green, you're good to go. Because I know how all that stuff works. See what I mean? Learning all this stuff, guys, even if you're not a mechanical engineer, it pays off. Now, once again, that motor, I don't trust it because it has moisture. It's had moisture in it. I got to figure out how moisture got into my heater. That's not good. That's a problem that I'll fix sooner rather than later. But the point is, I didn't need to call somebody. I didn't need to call nobody. That knowledge that I know about how mechanics and electronics work and control boards work helped me. It helps you be self-sufficient. That's super important. You know what I mean? Just, once again, this kind of turned to knowing this stuff, to the application of this knowledge, right? I kind of steered it in a different direction. But see, it pays off, dude. It pays off. If you know what you're doing, it pays off. Now I don't need to pay an HVAC guy to come replace a blower motor. I looked up the part number on the blower motor. I checked what speeds it has, because some of those blower motors are 2-speed, some of them are a single speed. I checked the RPM on the motor, the power draw on the motor, because I know about electrical engineering, right? The basics. I'm not an electrical engineer, right? I made sure the wattage was right for the system, and we ordered a new motor. Got a new blower motor coming. You know what I'll probably do, guys? I'll probably take apart the old blower motor on stream to show you guys how it works. You guys want to know how a heater works? Are you going to do the interior or the exterior first? Let's get back into it and I'll tell you. And knowing is half the battle. I'd say moisture got in during the hot summer months. It's probably condensation from the heat, Havocs, but that means I need a dehumidifier in my basement during the summer. You know, it's important to learn all this stuff, guys. It's you know, if not for, you know, as payment for all the luxuries that we deal with, if not for the practical knowledge that can pay off for you in the future. You guys got to understand, I don't like working on cars, for instance. I love working on cars, but that pays dividends because I don't need to pay somebody to work on my car when it breaks. I just fix it. It pays dividends in the long run. You know how much money I save because I don't need to pay somebody to change my stupid oil? Save tons of cash doing that because labor charges are absurd nowadays. Hey, Denny, 76 months. Thank you. You know, learn this stuff, guys. It's important. It'll pay off. Trust me. Cram your head full of as much knowledge as you possibly can. That's what I like to do. What couldn't you repair in a car? Nothing. I can fix everything in a car. Maybe not a modern car, Pigeon, but an older car, like a car from 10 years ago, whatever. You can fix whatever. Dude, remember, it all goes back to perspective. We have Amazon, man. You can get any part for any car to your house within a week from anywhere in the world. That's absurd. That's ridiculous. The amount of money saved by doing DIY is almost paid for my engineering degree. Not really, but it makes you feel better. All right, yeah, that's a little bit of coping there, SSRP, but hey, whatever, it's fine. Learn this stuff, guys. Learn how it works. That knowledge comes in handy, dude. For me, it comes in handy because I can use it to teach you guys. I make money off that knowledge. But you can do the same thing, not by being a STEM educator, but by saving money, you know? Like, or you can be a STEM educator if you want. Whatever. Replacement rods for a 250 GTO. I'd love to see you get that. Well, those off Amazon. Yeah, Tessa, because somebody in this chat has that car, right? Anybody out there have a 62 Ferrari 250 GTO? Anybody? Yeah, no one has that car here, Tessa, right? Because they made like 20 of them. Okay. And I'm pretty sure if you had the money to buy a 250 GTO, you wouldn't be looking for parts on Amazon. Okay. So, yeah, you could take that gotcha moment and cram it right up your cram hole. You lousy bum. Chief's like, I got one in 1/18th scale. Good. I have 4. My dad is Microsoft. Are you good at amateur rocketry? Nick, actually, amateur rocketry is something I haven't really gotten into. I want to change that in the future, though. I swear you gotta be a rocket scientist to work on your 2 main cars. And of those 20 made, only 28 of them still exist. Right. Alright, anyway, so Raiden, let's figure out this problem. So you're telling me the gaps right there, if we made this one higher, we could just stack these on top of each other, right? That's what you're trying to tell me? Instead of doing all the pillar work? Please, no Jado for the truck. I mean, we could. So, I can weld and knit. Jack of all trades, master of none. More fun to be a jack. Yeah, to be a jackal. Well, I'm learning to weld too, Cosmic. You'll see me learn how to weld more. During the winter. Why no Jado? More boosters, more fun. 7 meter high on the outside, 5 meter corridor on the inside. So what do you, Raiden, I'm just gauging your opinion. What do you think I should do? Should I raise all of this? Or I think the simple solution here would be to put, to just stack a beam on top of each other. I noticed that the lighting with these, when you stack them directly on top of each other, doesn't work correctly. Because you gotta remember, we're fudging it with that light down there. See that? What are the orange balls for? That's the superstructure of the ship, Spade. That's the frame for the ship. The corridors work in conjunction with the frame. Here, let me show you. See what I'm talking about? We got to figure out a way to do this. Yeah, there's going to be... This is why I'm making prefabricated deck segments, because we have a lot of... We have a lot. There's a lot of deck segments. Just raise the roof one higher and put a 1 meter plate on top of it. That diagram is 6 decks per octo. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're right, exactly. And that's why I did the spacing here. What Raiden is saying is either raise the ceiling on this or put that, see that orange beam right there? Put that on top of my prefab so we can just stack them, like in the fabricator. It'll make workflow easier. Raiden, I'll be honest with you, dude. I don't want to raise the ceilings. I think raising the ceilings on these would look strange. But if you want, we can load up the prefab, right? If we load up the... Yeah. Yeah, 6 decks times 5 meters plus 5 deck platings times 2 equals 40. Should hire a few SpaceX engineers. It'll be done in a few days. That beam in between the decks makes sense. That's what I think we should do. Honestly, just... What we should do is just add that. Add that beam into the design, like this. And actually, you know what we should do? Hold on. We should paint the thing, well, it's titanium. We don't need to paint it anything, actually. Yeah, most of the ship is made out of titanium in the lore. That right there would fix that problem. But, you know what? The other thing that we should do is... We should add 2, because I noticed some of the decks that I'm using, or 3-rail track. Some of the decks that I was using, like the offset deck, needs to be shifted 1 meter over in the prefab. So adding a set of 3 rails up here is... This will make it so we can just... Here, hold up. We can just stack prefabs on top of each other. Let's just try to put another 4-way on top of it. Each of those corridors need to be 5 meter high and 2 meters apart from each other. Whether you put plating there or leave it open is up to you. Okay, cool. Yeah, you basically, Raiden, you confirmed that that's what I need to do to stack, but that's not what we did here, interestingly enough. Like, it didn't stack that correctly. Do you have any issues with point of origin and connecting blueprints when placing? Cunny, these 3 beams up here are kind of why I'm doing that. Oh, there we go. If we place it from the top, that, right there. That's how that needs to be. We need to have a spacer in between the decks. Let's just make sure we're measuring this right, right? Yeah, see, 7. Yeah, that's, Raiden, without raising the ceiling, that's the way to do this, right? You didn't stack correctly because the octagons are lined up with the bottom and top of the corridors, not the middle of the deck plating. Full flow methalox.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Nice name. You don't go by Mr. Raptor, do you, by any chance? Anyway, thanks for the prime sub, dude. Appreciate you. Perfect spot to hide wires. Bingo, Zarek. That's the reason why I don't want to raise the ceilings. I'm gonna save that blueprint with the prefab piece on the top. Let's do the same thing with the three-way blueprint. In fact, I think we should do this with every single one of our blueprints. Every single one of the ones we made last night, which is very quick modifications. This way you'll have to manually adjust every new floor instead of stacking 7-meter blueprints indefinitely without any adjustment. Are you currently experimenting with blueprints to see how it looks? Yes, Pigeon, that's exactly what I'm doing. Okay, Braden, we have to change the octagon design. We can leave that there as a test. We're gonna start a new test over here. So Pigeon, what I'm doing is I'm messing with the lighting and stuff before I go and build the corridors, because we need a ton of prefabricated corridors, right? See all this crap? We need a lot of this, right? Because we need a lot of that, I really want to make sure that, and this is what Raiden's talking about in the YouTube chat, making sure that everything jives together correctly, because if we don't get that right, we're gonna have a big issue. One meter thick floor, 5 meter high corridor, 1 meter thick ceiling. That's all it takes. Well, with the... Okay, Raiden, just to make sure we're on the same page here. Isn't that what that does? Or is that still not high enough? I'm confused now. Now you're... So, like, if we go here and we make this... Oh... Okay. Alright, hold up a second. Yeah, I get it, I get it. Sorry, it takes a second sometimes, dude. Okay. Alright. Let's go here. I need to load up the Octo test print. There we go. Now, should we double this thing up? Because I said that we need to make everything 2 meter last night. I said we needed to make these actually wider so it looks correct. Hold on a second. Let me modify this. I think your 1 meter foundation takes the place of the doubling. Well, Dean, I get what you see. Like, here's the thing. This, I guess I haven't been able to English correctly to explain what I'm talking about. If we double this up, right? We double it over. Because I said I wanted to make the octo structure a little bit wider. If we do that, I'm pretty sure, unless Raiden probably might be already taking this into account. I think my deck structure works with these 2 meter foundations, I think. Sorry, streamer brain moment. If not. The beams can be double, no problem. They'll just reach into the rooms here and there. That's... yeah. That's kind of what I want. Unlock the hover pack, thank me later. But do we know how we getting power up here? I have the hover pack unlocked, dude. It might be worth it to just get a small biomass generator up here, you know? Can we put fuel into the biomass burner? All right, let's Halingar, okay, I meant to be asleep. The KSV community fix has got a patch, and you can see the performance improvement claims are bonkers. Halen, was that you that was telling me about this the other day, dude? I was trying to figure out who said it, and we had a conversation where I was like, "Oh, did Linux Guru made it?" And you're like, "No, Got Machine made it." That was you, right? All right, cool. Thank you, because I was trying to. I asked about it the other day, and I don't think you were here. It's probably because it was late, because that whole time zone thing. I just want to see this real quick. So, Halingar, if that wasn't you, that means somebody else recommended it to me. And when a bunch of people recommend something, that means it's probably good. Order review parts exploration vehicle improvement 50. Hold on, Pigeon. Hold on. I gotta read for a second. KSP Community Fix release was long overdue, but the contributors didn't stop cooking, so there are a lot of new patches and changes in this version. This update notably brings many flight scene performance improvements. Here are some benchmarks. Ryzen 5800X 3D, 32GB DDR4 RAM, 3600 MHz Radeon at 3600 megs, Radeon RX 7600 XT at 720p, average and 1% low FPS over 1,000 frames. Note that these benchmarks are done in a brand new non-modded sandbox game. Figures will likely be lower in career and or modded games. Okay. We'll try this next week. I'm interested. Because I break KSP. I'm known for it. If that... I'm wondering how that works at scale. He was comparing like 150 parts to 450 parts. What's the difference at like 1,000 parts? I'm curious. I'll install a new version of Kerbal and we'll try it next week, dude. Johnny Othan, the maker of free IVA and Kerbal UR, stated large crafts improves a lot. Halen, I know Johnny. Johnny streams the Twitch Plays Kerbal streams, or he used to. I don't know if he does that anymore, but yeah, cool. If Johnny says it's cool, I believe him. Like, I know we have a lot of new viewers in here, but if you're a part of the KSP community, I mean, one, I'm not sure how we never crossed paths before. But two, I know most of the KSP developers, or not developers, most of the KSP community. Like, yeah, I know who Johnny is, Linux Guru, I know who God Machine is, I know all these people. Yes, but do you know Yak? Oh, yes, Yak is a very good friend of mine. Why don't you build the watchtower? I'm thinking that hover pack is not the worst idea, Chief. But, bear with me here. Hey Cal, what's going on, buddy? Did you watch Timmy's new video? I haven't had time, dude. I'll probably watch it over the weekend. I've heard good things. Your center lights aren't working. What are you talking about? See, this is where that damn hover pack would come in handy. You should save that whole stack as a blueprint. Nah, Dean, yeah, eventually I will. But, I'm still kind of playing with how this whole thing comes together, okay? right. It's gonna be awesome, Hellfish. Yeah. Yeah, Ron, you're not wrong, dude. I have fuel constantly on tap from interdimensional storage. So, yeah, I strayed away from biofuel, even though I do know that it absolutely has more characteristic, or it's more efficient. Liquid biofuel has the most, has the highest specific impulse. Not the highest energy density, believe it or not, but, you know, efficiency of burn and total impulse of energy is not exactly the same. We're getting into some rocketry stuff here, but yeah, I got you, man. I got you. I just have fuel on interdimensional storage. It's plentiful. That's why I use it. But you're not wrong, dude. Have you seen the video Coffee Stain put out talking about things they forgot to mention about 1.0? I have not. Question about Starship. To get the initial tilt right at liftoff, are they setting some of the engines to a different thrust or using the gimbal? Thrust vectoring. You could be using some slight independent throttle stuck, but if it was me, I'd use thrust vectoring. Less than a 1 degree tilt on a stack like that, like 1 degree of vector off. It's not like it's moving around like this, like super heavy when it comes into land, right? Like maybe just a little, like one degree off vector is gonna give you. So it's we're getting into trig here. Like 1 degree off your longitudinal axis thrust vector is cosine. You're inducing a cosine loss of thrust. Basically, turning the engines this way is going to cause mostly upward force, but some sideways force. With that amount of engines and that amount of power, yeah, it's not going to take much to get the whole thing to slew sideways. Space Shuttle did the same thing kind of inadvertently. Because on the shuttle, the engines are, the SRBs are pointed this way, and the Space Shuttle engines are pointed that way. So when the Space Shuttle took off, it kind of went that way. It slewed sideways off the pad until aerodynamic forces kind of straightened it out. The aerodynamic moment of the vehicle is enough to cancel out the cosine thrust, the cosine loss thrust imparted on the vehicle once it starts going fast enough. Yeah, that's with the shuttle. That's not, and forgive me, engineers, if I didn't say that exactly right. If I didn't, let me know. What kind of actuator are they using to vector that much thrust? It's an electric thrust vector control system, Zarek. It's some kind of electric TVC. Can you show... Yeah, Crazy Razor, sure. Is that what you want to see? Yeah, so I have an octagon here that I'm testing for deck, what I'm calling deck fitment, to make sure that I can fit everything inside of each one of them. That's just one octagon on a 2D axis. The octagons, when we put them in, are going to look like that. See, I was doing more deck space testing here. And then those are going to, like, that's the height of the ship. If you look at the octagons, that's the thickest, or the tallest part for where the octagonal structures are. And all the way up there, I was doing tests for what cargo bays would look like. These lines up here are the dimensions of the ship. That's the widest parts of the ship on the side profile, the top profile, and the bottom profile. Yeah, Aqualex, for sure. So, like, if you look, right here is the front of the ship. It's this part. You can kind of see it. You can if you squint your eyes hard enough, you can see the silhouette of the vehicle. But yeah, that's basically what it's going to look like. Is that what you wanted to see, Crazy Razor? I was impressed by that already, and then you turned around. Hey, Space Peacock. Yeah. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Do you have 12-meter segments? You're gonna need those too. That or make 4-meter segments and use 3 of them. Every one of my segments that I've made for our test Raiden is an 8-meter segment, but we will do a 4-meter segment wide corridor so we could make 12 if we need to. Yeah, over here is where I was doing tests for how all the prefabricated hull segments fit together, and I'd say we did okay. I'd say this looks like the Pillar of Autumn to me, or at the very least, it looks like the interior of a spaceship from the future. The small hallways are 4. Yes, Eric, we have not made those yet. Can entire barbell octoball fit into the blueprint machine? One of them can. So, Hellfish, how I'm going to do this is we're going to make the octagonal structure first, and then we fill in the deck. I do not want to put the decks and the octagons together in their sub-assemblies. We're going to build the frame, and then we build the corridors into the frame. Does that make sense? Oh yeah, I popped a few grunts in there.
Little people first!
In fact, here, check this out, Urban. If we throw down a bunch of these, right?
No! Work.
That was the intention, guys. Making a Halo level. Here, we'll add some like crates to it and stuff. You're doing a poor job at keeping me away from this game. I've been putting it off due to no digging terrain modification. You just go up. Build higher up, then you can do all the terrain modification you want. There you go. How many times did you play Halo? Yes. Yes is the answer to that question. Yeah, Urban. The problem is, dude, you want to see something nuts? Check this out. The problem, yeah, we'll know this build is ready when we can walk from the bridge to an escape pod from memory. So, check this out. Somebody ripped the entire Halo 1 Pillar of Autumn level, right? And it doesn't fit. It's way bigger than the ship. Which blows. So we can't... I'm not going to make an exact replica, but what I will do is make it fit. We're going to make it fit. We're going to need to... Also, there's a thing that's been basically abstracted. There's service elevators in the ship. Well, actually, you know what? You do see a service elevator in the Maw. We're going to have to go look at that. And then we're going to probably need a couple of these modules, too. These stairwell modules. Yeah. With me, though, I'll probably just make it going up. You know, we'll just make it so you could stack more than 2 levels, because one thing I kind of noticed when we were looking at this thing last night, everything for the most part is on the same level. The only place where you go up a deck is that stairwell. I don't know if you ever noticed that. I didn't notice that looking at this. There's not much elevation change on these Pillar of Autumn maps. That's the only place where you go up to another level. And that's how you get to the cryo bays, to the upper floors of the cryo bays. It looks like the Covenant wanted to catch you napping.
No! Work.
They wrote that book and all, and then they do this instead of adding more stairwells. Probably a level design thing, O10. Level design taking precedent over the lore. But yeah.
Work.
But what I want to do, I've already thought about how we're going to fix this. I'll put the mess hall right behind the bridge. We'll make it a little bit smaller, and then I'll put the armory right behind that, and then cryo right behind that. It'll look right. Everything will be more or less in the same spots. It's just the escape pod bays are going to be like right here in the design, because the edge of the ship, look, the edge of the ship is basically right up against the cryo bay, so the escape pods will be like right behind it. And then, you know, we'll go from there. It is urban, yeah, that's true. Where's the Spartan stored in this model? Right there. In Cryo B. Or Cryo 2. Bridge to Cryo 2, this is Captain Keefe. Send the Master Chief to the bridge immediately. Skipper seems jumpy. Dude, I remember when I first played Halo, like seeing how everything had a console and everything. I was like, damn, that's so cool. Look at all the buttons. This was like 12-year-old me. And then you're up here, I'm like, damn, look at all these control boards. That's so cool. And then it's just a texture. I don't know how we're going to do that. That's going to be an issue. Got to figure out how to make control consoles. But anyway. Yeah, the screens. You're building the real one. The devs have failed. Yeah, there you go, Nitro. All right. Suggest not punching through multiple decks in one shot for air tightness and security purposes. I think there's a big lore reason why that stairwell only bridges 2 decks. Well, Oglex, is that a thing on... Well... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got you. I'm picking up what you're laying down. No, John, you can't add your own textures, but with U5, dude, I have enough to make it work. I found clipping switches into walls works really well, and the light control switch kind of looks like a terminal when clipped into a horizontal pillar on the ground. Okay. Alright. Cool. Cool. Free screensavers. Yeah, John, I inferred that. Yeah, exactly, Hokey. Those beams between layers need to go in both directions. It does, Hokey, by a long shot. I think now you have a 4-meter high corridor and effectively 3-meter deck plating. That works if you want to leave it like that. So, Raiden, what I've noticed is that the top deck is to the top of the octagon, the very top. This one is not to the very bottom of the octagon. If we shifted this one down 1 meter, everything would jive correctly, if I'm looking at that right. That's probably what you were referring to, if I'm understanding this correctly. Whoa. Very laggy on Blueprint Delete inside of the Blueprint Editor. So what I'm gonna do, leave ourselves a little, actually we don't need that. These octagon pieces, we can leave them like that. For the deck pieces, if we wanted to. Let's try this again. Keep in mind that some of these decks are going to be like that, dude. Some of them are going to be through the octag. It's just kind of the way it is. The Pillar of Autumn has blast doors incorporated in every single bulkhead, dude. Or at least the provisions for them. See how at the bottom it has that little kind of thing sticking out? Those, you could put blast doors. There's blast doors and airtight compartments all over the place, dude. Dude, why not get the hover pack? Because I'm super high up in the air and I really don't feel like running power up here. Is that bad? Just being a little lazy. Sorry, dudes. It's so much better. I'm not saying it isn't, dude. So here's the thing. Once we start going up to the next deck here, right? It's going to have that weird spacing right there. The floors can connect to each other independently of the octagons. Oh, yeah, for this to work. Yeah, you're correct. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Because this would be the bottom of another octagon up there. Good call, dudes. Perfect. That's it, dudes. That's it. Is there a world height limit? The world height limit's up there somewhere. Don't worry about it. Good. There. That's the deck spacing problem solved. Oh, this is gonna be so sick, dude. Actually, hold up. Actually, no, I was gonna say clear blueprint designer, but we don't want to do that. Okay, so building now. Dance for me, monkey! Relax. Oh yeah, every octagon is 6 cubes. Oh yeah, the cubes. Crap. Yeah, there's gonna be a cube going up. Balls. Hold on. Raiden, I'll take your word for it. Well, that will work with our cubes, right? It'll work? Is EJ responding to YouTube chat too? Is that why I'm not seeing those? I'm watching 2 chats condition, yeah. Simulcasting to YouTube. Yeah, if I'm looking over here, it's YouTube. Looking over there, it's Twitch. I need to see it. I need to see the thing doing its thing. In the grand scheme of things, don't forget to leave some cavernous space. Oh, I don't think we need to worry about that, dude. We'll have plenty of that. Any chance to get both chats on screen or something? I'm pretty sure you can't do that. That's against Twitch's terms of service, Ron. For show, for show. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, and I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that, okay? It's funny because people in Twitch chat are saying, oh, Twitch is better, and people in the YouTube chat are saying, oh, YouTube's better. That's funny to me. Ew, that's funny to me. Okay, so now, because that's the bottom of another octagon, we need to offset it and build those, right? That would be the bottom of the next one. Here, hold up. 8 meters centered. Take that. Put that up like that. Get rid of those. Get rid of those. Get rid of those. Are you gonna stagger the corridors like the diagram? I'm not even at that point yet. Bear with me here. I need to see the whole thing jiving between the octagons on the tall axis, and then Hellfish will start going. Will start making sure it works sideways. Yeah, I just need to see it all working together. Because I want to be sure that no matter how I place this, if we stagger decks, if, you know, no matter how this works, that it's all gonna, it'll look right, I guess is what I'm trying to say. There's our first mistake. Good. Our first mistake of the day. You only need to make one octagon ball with 12 16-meter beams sticking out. Yeah. I understand that. That's what I'm testing right now. I just want to make sure this all jives together, that's all. I placed that up there just because, you know? This isn't right. None of this is right. The 16 meters need to be going off the outside radius of the octagon, so nope. Okay, Raiden, double check me. Are we right there? I think that's correct. Well, never seen somebody build frames like this. Thanks, Average. The reason why I'm doing it is based off of lore from the Halo games. I don't know if you know what those are, but what I'm trying to do is build that. I'm building that. And there's some lore in Halo that says how that ship is built. I'm trying to replicate it in Satisfactory because I want my factory to be a spaceship. It's 2024. If I want my factory to be a spaceship, it's going to be a spaceship, okay? We don't judge here too much. Anyway, so yeah, I'm building out the frames in the octagonal structure from the Halo games, dude. Yeah, and we're going to build the entire Pillar of Autumn. I have the outline for the ship right now, and what I'm doing is I'm making sure that our measurements from level to level is the correct spacing relative to the octagons and the cubes that kind of hold them together. So we have like a spherical octagon almost, right? Here in this design, and then you have cubes holding them together. Chat and I have been spending more time than I care to mention measuring everything and making sure that we nail this deck spacing to get it right. That way I can just make a bunch of prefabricated segments. We can just build it. No problem. Easy. Like, we'll just be able to stack it like Legos. That's the whole idea, which is ironically how real ships are made. That's right, Dean. Yeah, you got it. So, with that being said, I do have some test prefab segments here. That is this. We'll just use the 4-way segment because it's what we've been testing with. That's centered. Yep. It's toasty, Aquila. Yeah. And yes, Slackster, you are right. If you're here, we need to put crosses up on the top of this. 3-way crosses of beams to hold this, to get this thing to work correctly. Help! Somebody let me out! Yeah, Matt, exactly. The beams need to go, they need to go X and Y. You're absolutely right. That's what I was just saying, yeah. Okay, now we're into a cube part. Let's see what happens here. So what exactly is this? Spaceship parts. Raiden, this is the only deck that I'm kind of worried about. How long have you been working on this? Since Satisfactory 1.0 came out, so I don't know, maybe like a month, Kyle? That level right there. No good.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
What we could do is switch up the deck spacing inside of the cubes. But, yeah, that's not... I told you need 7-meter high blueprints with 5-meter high corridors. What are we at right now? I thought we were. Wait, you're making that? Yes. You have 100 Satisfactory sessions on Steam. Oh boy. The deck spacing is supposed to be 2 meters, not 3 meters. I thought, dude, I don't, Raiden, I know what you're saying, I just don't know why my brain isn't doing it. I just... Holding back, my dear. Hugo, what's up, dude? And this is why I went and did this, because I needed to see it. No, Hellfish, we don't need a different module for this. What I need is, see the spacing right there? I need... Oh. Oh yeah, we are way off. Okay, hold on. Short little maintenance deck is the way. How are you keeping track of this build's proportion? Well, I have the proportions from the entire ship right there. In terms of how I figured it out, we got a model from Halo Reach, and I put it into Maya and scaled it correctly, Balfleer. Gotta raise the ceiling. I know it's a pain in the butt. Okay, Raiden, idiot question time from Idiot Streamer Man. Does that fix this problem? Yeah, I know, Dean. I'm kind of not gonna say I'm trying to avoid doing that, but... Does that fix this? How high is it? Oh, I don't know. Yes. It's 7 meter to the half on this. So here's the thing. If I went to... No, that's the steel wall. We went and mounted it. Does it mount to that point? Yes, it does. Yo, Scary, Tier 2, 96-month resub. Thanks, man. SDS 96. Discovery becomes the first shuttle to dock to the ISS on SDS-96. Flies with a space hab full of cargo to outfit the station. A copy of StarCraft flew on this flight. First game in space. Actually, maybe. Yeah, see, Raiden, this is what I was afraid of. Russians had Pong in 91. Oh. Yeah, I know, Raiden. Getting this spacing right is going to suck. Because I'm worried that it might end up being a decimal point. Some rooms are taller. Okay. Ever heard of a Trash 80? Yeah, Tandy. I know exactly what that is, Cal. And I know that Trash 80 is the name of the computer, the slang name for the computer, because it was awful. Your first computer was a Tandy 386? Nice. I don't know about that. Some astronauts took Game Boys on the shuttle. Yeah, maybe. Hang on, I gotta ask an ASEP question. Give me 1 second, dudes. Did you start working on the actual ship? We're working on the blueprint parts for the ship, Jens, but I have the kind of scale diagram right there. Look carefully. On tops of the cubes in the diagrams, crossbeams are at a ceiling and floor level. They prevent it from being a trip hazard across the whole room by putting a void in space there instead. Leave 1 meter free on the top of the bottom. Okay. Alright. So, let me get the test octo out again. And should I stagger this? Or raise it up one more off of that for, because if we're doing 2 meter spacing between my 5 meter decks, am I understanding that right? Do we put the test octo 1 meter off the ground? All right, Blacken. Yeah, Zarek, I know, but you know how I am with simple math sometimes. Sometimes my brain just doesn't do it. So, the way I did this, we're a 1/2 meter off the bottom. Okay, so... we did it this way. If we go down to 8 meters here... where it's clipped. Okay, it's clipped in... okay, I got it. Hold up. Relax. Chat, go relax. You need beams at the bottom too. You can put all the beams on the... You can't put all the beams just on the roof. Well, here's the thing. Look, the mount position is that I-beam that we had for the light there. The spacing has to be 2 meter and 1 meter split. So much wasted space, though. Believe me, James, we have a lot. We're gonna have a lot of it. If it's faithful to the design, that's really all I care about. Yeah, well, if it's faithful to the design and it works. Just remember, you're the one that decided to do this. Yeah, I know. It's okay. Anything that's worth doing usually means that you ride the struggle bus. I'm riding the struggle bus. It's fine. I don't have a problem with it, dudes. this isn't right. It's not right at all. We could run belts in those areas. I like that idea, Sweet. We probably will do that. Belts, wires, plumbing, pipes. We're gonna need all that. The ship's gonna need plumbing. Not for toilets or anything. The toilets in the hub down there for like moving oil or water or whatever. We need gas pipes. We need pneumatic lights. Like, trust me, space is. I guarantee you, we're gonna run out of space. Like, having those open spots is actually not a bad idea. We can run all the auxiliary equipment in there. And then we can make the maintenance hatches go in there, which is cool. It's called dead space in a ship. That's something I've recently learned about. Dead space is just dead, exactly as the name implies. It's just dead space. As I said before, 1 meter floor, 5 meter corridor, 1 meter ceiling, as in the picture, and none of this would be an issue. Yet. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's talk this through before Flame Trench, man. Fortunately for you, I'm a very patient man. Alright, so you want to raise the ceiling here, right? That's what we're talking about? Just get rid of my X-brace. Get rid of that. We can always replace the lights. What I'm going to do is just copy that before that happens. The roof is on fire. Burn, melon farmer, burn. Have we tested for performance? Okay, 1 meter floor. 5 meter deck. 1 meter ceiling. Right? No, Raiden, don't worry about it. Raiden, I know that you don't need to apologize. You're not annoying me. Like, don't get confused. You're not annoying me at all. You want this build to come out easier, and I understand that what you're saying, I trust you that what you're saying is right. Because I'm pretty confident that it is. You can be very adamant about things at times. Don't worry about it, man. I'm patient. This is going to help us in the long run. It's not a problem. Yeah, Aqualex, that's why with my test octo, I did this. That should solve that problem for us pretty well. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff we want to figure out now. So, Raiden, that's what we're talking about, right? Right? That's what we're doing? Actually, you know what? I got an even better idea. Here. Yeah, okay. Clear the blueprint designer. Alright, so here's what we do. We do that exact thing. Take that. 7 high. Before I go redoing things. Alright, color that. Color that. This is the deck spacing test. Article. The DSTA. Okay, cool. Clear the blueprint designer. Now we go over here. All right. Where does this start? Do we start right here? Deck spacing. I don't know why it's coming in like that, but hey, whatever. Hello. Start 1 meter below the octagon. Okay. Give me 1 second. Is that the correct spacing? I think you're missing my point. I'm not missing your point. You're typing like 500-word messages into chat, and I'm trying to figure this out over here, and people are doing that over there at the same time. I'm not missing your point. My brain is not able to keep up. Because I'm trying to do math at the same time as reading your paragraphs, all right? It's a me problem. Please bear with me. Give me a second, man. You start 1 meter below the octagon. Okay, I get that. Raiden, stop talking. Stop typing for a second. Is that what you're talking about? That's 1 meter below the attachment point for this. Is this right? Just stop. Is that good? Is that what we're looking for? The floor should start where I'm standing. Alexis, that's what you were talking about, right? Pigeon, not right now, please. Is it the shipyard from the Pillar of Autumn at the end of Reach being created? What do you think, Mark? Oh yeah, man. I'm gonna put the resource distribution hub inside of inside of the trench, and then the resources, I want raw materials being elevated up through the yellow arms into the Autumn, and then inside of the cargo ports in the Autumn, I want drones flying in and out. So we're gonna, yeah, we'll move stuff with drones, and then I'm gonna build the factory inside of the Autumn because it's a gigantic freaking ship, and there's no way we use up all the room in this, and I really hope I don't eat my words there. Put the test article on the ground so the corridor is aligned with the octagon. Okay, so you're saying, all right, I just need a yes or no right now. You're saying this edge, the one that my cursor is on, this right here, where that diamond plate is, that edge, right, needs to be aligned with the bottom of that, right? Is that what you're saying? Are we on the same page here? Exactly, Hellfish. That's the idea. No, aligned with the top edge. Is the outside of this exactly 40 meters? Technically, 40 meters... Technically... Stop it. Technically, 40 meters is the center of this beam. Technically. So the floor needs to be aligned with the center of this beam. Right? Hellfish just did. Hellfish, no. Not yet. Not yet. The key point is that there'd never be a room centered there. That's void space every time on the diagram. Okay. Pause that. Just give me a second. What you walk on should be the 40-meter mark. Okay. Okay. Got it. All right. So, give me a second here. Okay. Now. Let me stack. Let's check this. I'm stuck. God. There we go. Good. Alright, so check it out. This is what Raiden was talking about. See how the beam's coming up halfway through the floor. Right? You go down to the very bottom, same thing. Okay, now do these align with the cubes? We aligned with the cubes that way, I'm pretty sure. To go 16 meters up from the top node. There. Right? And then we go 16 meters over. And then we go 16 meters down. And this should line up with the top node right here on the octagon. Right? At 16. Okay, it does. Once again, we probably won't have a four-way here. This will probably be a through-way, so it wouldn't be this exact piece. But if we had a through-way here, you wouldn't see that, which is what we want. Also, we can play with small and large corridors here to get this to fit correctly. Okay? Now. Shouldn't it also work with the top floor? Yeah, Lunprod. I'm trying to get it to jive. I'm trying to get it to make it so we could just stack, and no matter if it's an octagon or a square, we won't have to worry about the spacing. I'm trying to get the spacing between the decks to jive with the structural design, so it ends up looking like the game, where you have like crossbars and stuff going through different points. Now, if we did this right, this next deck, or not this one, the one on top here. Okay. So, fellas, the spacing here works pretty well. Okay. Let me just grab a foundation and make sure that if we, like went this way with it. See, because this is what we're worried about. There's going to be... It's going to be a cube here. See what I mean? We need to make it so it lines up this way as well as the other way. Now, that lines up. Is it Bridenstine with the steel chair? Yep. Now, that deck is halfway above the top part here. See, that's not aligned. Because if we go up here and we look at the top of this square, see, this is a, I mean, it's a hard problem for me. That means the decks sideways from here are not lined up with that. See what I'm talking about? We need to get it so this deck right here that is aligned. It's not though. Because the deck at the bottom of the square right here, I've been telling you, the cubes contain 2 decks, but 3 bulkheads. So, Raiden, do we need, for decks inside of the cubes, does the spacing need to be a little different? See. So what do we have here? You made a test article. The blueprint test, or the bulkhead testing article. You have structure between each floor of the art doesn't. Is that what I'm getting from this? Yeah, Ichi, well, that's what we're just trying to figure out the exact spacing. And once again, I need to get this concrete in my head. I'm just gonna give it a second. I don't know why my caveman brain isn't freaking understanding this, but yeah, whatever. Today is Friday in California. Ah, shoot. Got a time for the flame trench today? Normal time, dude. Normal time. The 3 platings should be aligned. 3 platings should be aligned with the cube, but the height of the octagons is a little off. All this is, it's kind of just busy work, guys, but it's going to be worth it in the long run because we'll be able to just put this thing together like Legos. Even the ship framework over there is quite a feat. Yeah. Mark, we first measured the octagons to make sure the octagons fit in our scale model here, and now I'm making sure the decks fit with the octagons. So basically, we'll just make this in prefabricated segments and just attach a bunch of them together. Over there, on that side right there, you notice there's a big open area of beams. That is a prototype for the cargo bay spaces, port and starboard on the ship. That's where a lot of the factory is going to be. I mean, there are other areas, but yeah, that was the prototype for that, just in case. As I said, the bottommost thing you walk on is aligned with the 40-meter mark. It is aligned with the 40-meter mark. Right now it isn't, but you can see how it fits. So if we shift this down a half a meter here, fat finger the keyboard, idiot. Just need to see this. My brain's like 1,000 hamster wheels overheating right now. I don't know why. I know what you're saying to me. I know it's basic. I just sometimes you just have trouble putting it together. It's probably because it's Friday. You know what I'm saying? All right, so. Anyone know what the papers on the bottom of the grid fins are called? No, but I know why they're there, XNV. They're there to break the air at hypersonic speeds in a way to funnel the boundary layer through the grids, through the grid spots on the grid fins. Yeah, that's why the grid fins are aerodynamically negligible on the way up, but they make a big difference on the way down. Because the bottom side is spiky. Fun fact. Oh, nice, Eric. So see, that's not exact, because down the bottom here, the double beam is what's screwing me up. Derek, how tall are these things right here? See, but there's 6 decks there. I'm worried that the problem that we're chasing is a decimal point. We can't do stuff. I mean, we can figure it out. I'm sure there's a trick. Yeah, of course I got it. The squares are 2 decks high and the octagons are 3 squares high. Well, if that's the case, a 40 meter tall is not what we're looking for. We'd need 16 times 3. Our octagons would need to be a little bit bigger. They would need to be 48 tall if we wanted this to work. Now, here's the problem. If we make them 48 tall, does that fit? I don't think so. Walls. Yeah, exactly, Trickster. The problem you're having is the 1 meter offset between the blueprints and the octagons. The octagons are... Yeah, Raiden, you keep saying that, and I get it. I understand. But then when we go to do it here, it's not... It doesn't do it. Why? Like, I get what you're trying to say. I understand. The math checks out. I'm just... You know what? Get rid of test octo, too. Screw that. Let's... I gotta start over. My brain's hurting too much. Sorry, man. It's outdated software from 1988. I don't know what you want. Let's use test octo 1. Easy peasy. Control A, delete. Just be absolutely sure. That's 40, see, guys, okay. That's 40 meters on center, okay? Meaning halfway through the I-beam to the top is 40 meters, not, yeah, it's 40 meters on center. Hang on. Hey, human person. I just had a thought. No Raptor has ever been successfully lit under 0 acceleration. It's always been hot staging, leaving some engines lit of being at terminal velocity, so under 1G. What about on the test stand? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, I hear it. I see what you're saying. That's cool. Yeah, it took me a second. Sorry, my brain isn't working good today, dude. I mean, most rocket engines don't like being fired under 1G. Dude. So, here's a new challenge. How do we get this? So, see, how do we get it to a half-meter increment here? There's got to be a trick. I'm sure we can figure this one out. See last. It'll solve all your problems. Yeah, I've been told that a lot today. Your edges are 16 meters. Your octo is 38.627. If your octo is 40, your squares are 16.596 tall. Critical information. Yeah, so we're chasing a decimal point. We can't chase that decimal point. We can't get that precision in Satisfactory. You get a 5 meter, snap a 1 meter foundation to the world grid. Yeah, I don't think you can go up down, Derek, with a the nudge. No, hold on, guys. I got a solution here. I had a solution, I just forgot. I'll leave it in your hands. You got this. Can't have 16 meter segments for 40 meter octo. Yeah, it won't fit with our deck spacing. I understand that. I figured that one out. You think Raptor Relight on orbit could turn out to be a bigger problem? No. Nah, I don't think it'll be an issue. Just use the RCS to put the ship under acceleration, human person. There you go. Why do you need such precision? Can't you just take the premise of the Halo stuff and just fudge things to make it look satisfactory? Bill, we have probably, let's see, 6, 8, 14, 16, 22 levels up, 22 levels down that go for about, I don't know, 200 meters. Fudging things is not going to work unless we're precise. Because it's the whole interconnected octogrid structure isn't going to look correct. It's not going to look... This is the problem that we're trying to chase. It's not going to look like this unless we get the deck spacing right. Could we fudge it? Sure. Sure. But that'll make building the entire thing as all one integrated thing. It'll make it look weird. You'll have decks that don't line up with each other. You'll have half decks and then half levels and stuff. We don't want that. That's why I'm being so patient with this problem. You should use the original model of Breach. You're making all more complicated. Okay, that's enough chat for the day. I'm just gonna figure this out myself, okay? Thanks, Matt. Yeah, we'll get it, guys. We'll get it. I'm patient. That's the most important thing. I'm patient with this stuff. Okay. We proved that we could do that. Now there's other things we got to figure out here. Zarek, what was that decimal point? Aqualex, what was that decimal point that we were chasing? 16.589? How do we get a beam that's that long? That's the real trick here. Did you get your DM earlier today? Yes. I'll talk to you in a second.
Swifton, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
You've got this. No, really. Do the thing. Then do the other thing.
Oh, okay.
You've got this.
$16,569. Place the octos at specific center-to-center distance, then connect point to point. Hey Dave, what's going on? Now, is the on-center octo placement, Aqualux, is that a round number? Hey Dave, what's going on? He ordered the Rocket Ranch Brook. You recommended it, and I'm excited for it to get there. Right on, Dave. Yeah, Raiden, see, here's the thing. Your math checks out every time. I see what you're saying, but then I go to do it and it doesn't line up. I've tried lining it up in multiple ways, and it just doesn't want to do it. You set it to Wombo? Pigeon, I scaled the Reach model to the original CE specification to avoid this exact problem. You were here when I did that. What are you talking about, man? You were here. You were saying, you were talking in chat. Like, talking to me in chat. And I was talking to you about this, like, 2 days ago. What were you doing? I need to reset. I'm gonna go check on the Titans real quick. 16,569. Sandra, yeah, we got that. They're not, the Reach model is a little bit too short, Aqualex. I scaled it to the CE model, so we wouldn't have this problem when we went to take measurements. Titans. Heat sinks. Thank you. Circuit boards, buddy. Thank you, Titans. Seem to be growing well. That's a video to just get some inspiration from. Yeah, Dragon. Hey, Pat. Did you notice Starship 6 might be November 11th as your prediction? I did notice that, Pat. You know what the best part about that is? I don't have anyone at SpaceX whispering in my ear. I'm not trickle feeding you information. My predictions are my predictions alone. That's the best part. I'm on Flame Trench, Paul. Yep. In a couple hours. Where did we pull November 11th from? Paperwork filings, Max. I said the 11th of November because the 11th hour of the 11th day, because I thought Veterans Day would be a cool day for Starship to launch. I pulled it out of my tail because, yeah. And it turns out that kind of ended up being similar. You're probably going to get a gap between Flight 6 and Flight 7 just because of the upgraded Starship and maybe the use of Pad B, possibly. But yeah, 6 is going to happen sooner rather than later. I don't know about 7. 7, if I had to guess at this point in time, you know, it's October 18th, I would guess Flight 7 in February. Yeah, Max, you got it.
What's wrong?
Nothing, you scared me.
Oh, sorry. Whoa! What are you gonna do?
Titan's here.
It's Friday. Do you want anything fun to eat? But I don't want Domino's. And not the Chinese place.
What else does that leave? Yeah, I want something fun to eat, except all the fun places.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think.
Look at that boy. Well, Mayan, that's what we're trying to figure out. Deck height and spacing we don't have solidified yet, but I know we need 40 meter octos, but my octos are 40 meters on center. They're they're not 40 meters tall, which might be an issue. What's wrong with the Chinese place? She doesn't like it. That's what's wrong with it. I love it. I think it's delicious. She doesn't like it. That's what's wrong with it. Titan 1. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I'm figuring out food. Okay, I'm back. And we figured out what we want. We're going to the I Don't Care Bar and Grill. What?
We have the combination?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yes, we do.
Cool. Alright, see you later.
Alright. It actually wasn't that much of an intense food debate. Where you said you want to go here, and I said, yeah, I want to go there. And then I went out and took a piss. And she ordered the food. To be honest. We don't have it. We don't have I Don't Care Bar and Grill here, but it's still pretty cool. Alright. Anyway, back to this Buster. What did you order? Food. You have the IDGA Fridays. No. We are going to need that hover pack sooner rather than later. I got to get electricity up here. So guys, here's what I'm thinking. Like, okay, so that's a 40-meter tall beam, right? And then we found a way to do the offset to get these in the right spots. Now our octagon from bottom to top is going to be 40 meters. Instead of 40 on center. 40 on center is what fits. So... yeah, see, we got a little bit of... This is what I was really hoping we wouldn't have to run into, but it's okay. It's okay. I'll figure it out. Anything that's difficult to do is usually worth doing. The hex is currently 42 meters. Yeah, it's 40 on center, meaning the center of that beam to the center of that beam is 40. I think that's where I'm personally getting screwed up. Except for your mom. Damn! Yeah, I think that's where I'm getting messed up, guys. That's really, really messing with me. Yeah, exactly, Mayan. The idea behind getting the deck spacing right is that, you know, Mayan, say we're going up 3 decks from here. The third deck in the octagon would be the first deck in that cube. See what I'm saying? And then the fourth deck here will be the second deck in the cube. Gotta get me cube, mate. See what I'm saying? There's 2 decks here, right? And there's 6 decks per octagon. That's what's screwing me up. We need to get it so we can have one deck that goes across the entirety of the dang ship, right? Goes across the whole of the ship, right? And it can go through the octagon, through the cube, through the octagon, through the cube. See what I'm talking about? Hey, nice deck. Thank you. Yeah, Lunprud, I see that. Yeah, if the octagons are 3 cubes tall, we got a big problem. Because that means that's not going to fit anymore. $7-meter floor to floor. Yeah. Okay. What is the width of the ship from your new Pillar of Autumn model? It's got to be an odd number. Pigeon, what are you talking about? What does that have to do with anything? I'm saying like, oh, 2 plus 2 equals 4, and you're saying, yeah, but if you multiply it by 2, you get chair. I'm like, all right. What are you talking about? Are we even... You're talking furniture, and I'm talking math. What's going on? You're confusing the hell out of me, man. No, EJ. You see, if you add another 2, you get banana. I'm like, okay. Yeah, Raiden, I disagree. I think 16 and 40 is right. I just got to figure out how it all fits together. Oh, nice. EJ before a flame trench. Yep. Not just banana, and banana. EJ, if it works, it works. I say no more. What? That doesn't answer my question at all. that doesn't help. You're not making this easier. Yeah, likes, exactly. I'm so confused. DJ, you're funny. What? What are you talking about, man? I don't understand. What's happening? It's desperation laughing. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Oh my goodness. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure I did that right. Clear that blueprint, designer. Okay, over here. Get rid of the beam. And we're gonna do the trick that we figured out. Mine, thank you for telling us about this. Take that. Snap. Snap the foundation to it. Now, what happens if we try to snap an octagon to this? Okay. What happens if we try to snap an octagon to that half foundation? There. That gets us the octagon not halfway sunk into the ground. Okay. Cool. Get the deck spacing. Put the deck spacing test article there. No, hold up. Hold up a second. This would need to be half-meter offset, right? It would need to be right here. Because that's 40 meters. This is 7 meters tall. 7-meter tall segment. No, Pigeon, I get it. What I've been trying to tell you is that I made sure, I already checked for that, dude. We're good. You were here when I did it. Max, nice. No, we're good, man. We're good. Touch and go there, but we'll be alright. Okay, so this needs Doctor 2 needs that. It needs that one. Okay, now we go down here. We're a half-meter offset. We don't want that, so get rid of this. Get the deck spacing test article again. Okay, cool. Yeah, EJ. Yeah, hover pack. I gotta get power up here, Sky Captain. You gotta remember, I'm like on top of a gigantic skyscraper dry dock thing. See what I mean? Okay, so that's 1 meter above what we're going for, right? We need this shifted down a half meter, and then we're a half meter out of this, out of the top of this, which would technically, okay, all right, cool. That's the square. Yeah, Zarek. I got you. All right, so let's just take a look. We'll know this fits if the deck down there that's parallel to where that square would be, right? That's gonna have to be like this, right? That's right, it goes in the square hole. Two more of that, and we should be aligned with the top of the cube. This would be the start of the next octo, right? And that puts the deck in line with this. Now, let's go down to the bottom. Is that the same case down here? Yes, it is. Okay. Okay. Raiden, the offset from placing the blueprints was screwing me up. I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check to be 100%. Now, okay. We need this deck. Right? This one right here. See that? This would be the 6th or 7th, right? So we have 2 decks right here in between, right? We have 2 of them in between. All right? Now, the first deck inside of the cube, or inside of the square, is 2 meters off the crossbar, okay? So let's go down here, right? Let's go over here like this. I need to say it out loud for my sake, guys, because I'm an idiot. Like, all right. So now, if we go here, put that there, put that there. Now, are those 2 meters off this? Oh, okay. Raiden, we got it. The offset screwed me up. That's what screwed me up. That damn half meter. That screwed me up completely. Why did that take 4 hours for my stupid brain to figure out? I don't know. Why did that take so long for me to figure out? Why am I so stupid? Ah! All right. Nice deck measuring. Thank you, Version.
Oh, this is space.
Right, it's the Chrome 5. Dude, do not reward me for incompetence. Please. Please. Please do not do that. Oh. The weight lifted off my shoulders, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, Lenfrod, yeah, there it is. You got it. Yeah, that's, okay, cool. That's an impressive and large deck. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I take pride in my decks. See, why is it so important to get this crap right? I'll show you. So, let's take a look. Watch. Watch this. You're gonna love my struts. So we're gonna put another octo over here, right? Oh, not offset. Ed boy. Take this. Test octo 2. Go in here like that. Nudge. Right? Okay. See what I'm talking about here? We added another octo. Keep in mind, this is going to be in 3 dimension. So this is... Right? Let's go here like this. Oh, that's right. It goes in the square hole. And thank you for all the subs. Denix had one in there. Raiden gifted a community sub. Sorry. I'm so dense today, dude. Like, I don't, brain just didn't want to do it. And I know that sometimes this stuff's hard to convey through text. I get it. All right, so check it out. What we need here now is to split this beam down the center, right? Let's just measure. We're 8 meters. All right, perfect. We need to split that beam down the center because we need to go right there. There needs to be another octagon there, guys. That's why this is such a pain in the butt. And that, well, not a pain in the butt. That's why Raiden was insistent on getting this right, because Raiden, you're 100% correct, as per usual. I knew I could trust you. That's why I stayed patient. Unlike the stupid bird brain over there. Now, Pigeon, I love you too. You're all right. Thank you for watching. All right, so take another test octo, right? And place it there. Now look. See what I'm talking about? It's important that all this is aligned, because the two here on the side are gonna be... The two here on the side, right? That's the bottom of another octagon. See what I'm talking about? I have burb brain. Nah, you're alright, dude. You're alright. You just... Nobody here is screwing with me. I understand that. You guys are just trying to help. I get it. Trust me. Like I said, I'm patient. The patience meter almost maxed out there, but we're good. But to be 100% real, and this is gonna be real. I'm gonna be real for a second, son. Be real, son. They gotta try to kill my father! You know who I'm the most impatient with? Me. I don't like it when something is so seemingly simple, and I can't figure it out. I'm the most impatient with me. You guys are fine. See? Look. This is what Raiden was talking about. Look. See? This deck right here is coplanar with the beam, the outer 40-meter beam from the octagon. See what I'm talking about? Now, right there, that's the bottom of another one. If we go... Here, let me put a ladder here that actually works. We go up here. All right, the fourth deck from the first octagon right here. See? Or that's the fifth one. The fifth deck is the bottom for this octagon. The octagon that will be right here. It's the bottom piece for it. So now, if I take my deck measuring device, if we take the deck measuring device and we snap it to that, we have to measure. It's important, guys. It's important for performance issues or something. Sorry. It's important to measure the size of your deck. Can we call them levels, please, from now on? Gonna make it? Oh, look at us. Who would have thought? Not me. I got worried for a second. That was 1 meter above because I didn't space it right. But there we go. Yep. I saw it. The point is that everything lines up this way. You just have to get the floor coplanar with the inner edge of the outer beam of the octagon. Mama's coplanar to my floor. Well, you're shut up. All right. Cool. Freaking weight lifted off my shoulders. So, we need to make 7 meter tall segments with open space on either side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, cool. I can count. Now, that deck spacing test article sounds a little testic. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. This is not a deck measuring contest. You're a deck measuring. Your shoulders, try ours. Hey, shut up. I'm the streamer. I'm the main character. Your feelings don't count. Go away. I mean, hi. Alright, let's measure this. That needs to be the snap point for the next one. Okay. Cool. No. Don't worry about that. Okay. Okay. Game. We lost it. I'll get into it in a second why I need these here. It's for, basically, think of these like the top of a Lego. They're the top of the Lego. This is the piece that snaps into the piece above. Keep them unpainted. Holy Halo, how's it hanging? It's hanging good, GG. How are you doing?
Oh, this is space.
Matter Tater! Gifted a sub to Kamapulu. Thank you. Thank you. And down here, that piece right there is the piece that fits up there. We don't need these. I'll just get rid of them. Okay. Now, let's just paint this like our deck spacing test article. Okay. We need to modify this a little bit. The bottom beams are where we want, I think. Because when it places it, it's going to place half of the beam into that upper beam up there. Okay? So, with all that being said, if we go to place this, see how it's a ½ meter offset. This beam needs to be right there. See what I'm talking about? It needs to snap to that. So, get rid of these. Even though I just freaking made them. And right there needs to be our snapping point. This needs to be the snapping point for above us. For the next deck. That will leave maintenance decks in between, which is actually kind of cool. And we have to triple them up like before. The sucky part is that I have to do this like 3 or 4 times now. We have to modify all the prints. This is to get our spacing right, so it reflects our deck testing article over there. You know, because once you use the deck testing article for measuring, you have to use it all the time. It's just the rules. Once again, this like structure that I'm building up here is going to be the structure that'll anchor this whole thing together. It'll make snapping these segments together very easy, like Legos. Okay. You could teach the fine folks over at Bechtel a lesson or two? Nah, chat could. That wasn't me at all. Don't inflate chat's deck building ego. Alright. There you go. There's your upgraded 4 segment. Perfect. So, load. Or no, don't load. Oh. POA interior. We'll get a new naming convention from what I was currently using. It's better this way. Pillar of Autumn. Wide corridor fixed. Lions fans. We should give the 4-way corridor a splitter icon, because that would be funny. Frame foundation should be good. I'll give him a different icon. Food's here. Okay. What did I use for those segments? You're my icon. Oh, thank you, Ichi. Any updates on the Crew 8 return? I haven't heard much, dude. I think, Sunday. It's waiting on good weather, yes, exactly. Okay. Now... we make the corner segment. It's easier to just redo all these right now than it is to try and load up each individual blueprint and be like, okay, this is how this works. You know, it's just... That's the corner piece. Buoy cam is out. Oh, okay, give me a second, Give me a moment. That's going right into the flame trench chat. Dude, they'll catch one of these things. They'll catch one. You see how stable that is? They'll catch one. They'll catch one. Yeah, Hellfish, you're probably right. I can't believe how close to the buoy it was. Talk about surgical precision. Dude, it's unreal. Like, we hit a turning point last Sunday. It's a turning point, dude. It's like Apollo 4 levels of turning point. Like, this is happening. This is happening, dude. Dude, it's happening. Like, this isn't like, oh, catching the booster is stupid. That's never gonna work. Catching the ship is dumb. That's no. Bit hot at the top at the end. This is a different angle to the one we saw on stream. Maybe they have multiple buoys? I would guess that, yeah. My guess, guys, it's the moonlight shimmering off the stainless steel. That's what my guess is, because it's... Dude, this buoy is not far away. Dude, I'm confident at the very least they could get Starship on a, They could get Starship back onto a landing pad from orbit. Yeah, Tesla, yeah, it's the Benz motor wagon of spaceships. Unbelievable. Rocket guy, you see this thing? The flip and burn, dude. After after an E and D, entry and descent. That's impressive, dude. Dude, like, okay, so I'm looking at the waves, right? Look where this is, and I know that this steam is moving quickly, but look at just, this buoy is not far away, 100 meters from the landing point, at the very least. About 330 feet, guys. Like, it's not far. This is superbly close. The point is because the fact that this buoy cam was this damn close shows the precision that they have coming back from orbit, which is unreal. This is extremely close. That's why I said, like, yo, they're gonna land it. They'll catch a ship. There's no doubt in my mind. They will catch a ship. Yeah, maybe a bit further, Max. Yeah, the point is that it's super close for something that was just going, like, 27,000 kilometers an hour like a second ago. It's really, really close, man. I get you. You're not wrong. I'll admit, I was a bit skeptic a long time for the booster catch, and now this is turning you a believer. That's what I mean, Dave. Like, how can anyone at this point say that this isn't a good idea? Right? Like, I made up my mind on this. The next one I see will be the first Starship catch attempt. Yep. And this one is even better. Actually, reconstructed data from the video shows it slowed faster than IFT-4 Starship with better flight control. Obvious since the IFT-4 flap was nearly gone. They landed from orbital velocity, yeah, right? And that thing landed, dude. It's intact. I'm telling you, they terminated it. They blew it up, dude. Like, exactly, Forge. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. That's exactly my point. Dude, how... SpaceX is... Like, if you could say there's any equity in the company, it's the software. It's the guidance and control and the people that made it. Like, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous precision. Why would they blow it up? International waters, Tusaman. You don't want people getting... You don't want somebody trying to go and get this thing. Just destroy it. Reusable heat shield seems like the next big nut to crack, though. Yeah, Night Bliss, that is the big boss, isn't it? You need a reusable heat shield, not something you call a reusable heat shield that you have to take apart every flight, right? Just joined at work and I saw you looking at this link. Link it up in chat. Okay, I just made the corner piece. So the last... Okay, clear the blueprint designer. Load up the four-way piece here. And we'll make the throughway. Dude, I can't believe that. Max, thank you. In clay. No. No. You believe that, Flavia? I don't really have any words. They'll catch it. They'll catch a starship, man. There's no doubt in my mind. They'll catch that. They'll catch it. Pretty damn convinced. Have I seen this? Starship Gazer, man, I love the details. Lars Blackmore just responded to the buoy cam footage and said, "We hit the target, a huge amount of progress to make this happen." They'll catch it with people on board. Dude, they will. They will. Yeah, no. Guys, this is happening. Like, that's what blew my mind. Like, fellas, you guys know how spicy I am about some of this stuff, right? You know, and I hate how the space shuttle ended up. The way the space shuttle went out just is quite annoying, to say the least. Right? And you know how I feel about canceling Constellation. It feels like a weight is lifted. You know? Like this is it, man. We've been pining for a freaking reusable spacecraft for freaking ever. And delete this. I don't like it. Get rid of it. There it is. It's right there. Dude, we're that close. This is what it must have felt like seeing the space shuttle fly for the first time. Like, alright, I'm gonna leave some notes for myself here. It's actually a pretty short one. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Just load the four-way. Actually, no, that's not what I want. Load up three-way in corner. I think I deleted too many supports. Yeah, I did. I know, dude, we're like, guys, you got I have to remind myself constantly. I have to remind myself that this thing exists. Like, I know that sounds super cliche, like remind yourself that it exists. No, like, like 150-ton payload capacity to orbit is a pipe dream. That's like stuff you do in Kerbal. Like, oh man, how cool would it be if we actually had this? Like, no, dude. Like, now that we're so, you know, they're so close to actually having that, my brain's like, huh? Wait, really? Like, it's been this, like, pipe dream for a really long time for me. And then, you know, and I know I'm not the oldest space fan here, you know? Like, ship catch on flight 7 or 8. I think they will attempt to catch whenever the second pad is ready to go. Now, I do think there's going to be a gap between flight 6 and flight 7. I do think that's absolutely going to be a thing. So, just because of the upgraded starship. Raptor V3 is a little ways away, Ditour. Yeah, Max, I think that's fair. I think I would say 8. I think you were right. I think that's a very astute observation. We need to load up the 4-way print. And then we need to make this the through-way piece. Are these blueprints going to have a lot of overlap? These X-brace pieces, no. The way I designed this all, Bob, if you remember late last night, is that they fit together like puzzle pieces. There might be small overlapping components, but these X-brace pieces, I call these ones X-braces because in the game they have a gigantic X on the ceiling. These X-brace pieces are not, they don't connect to each other. They don't connect to each other. They connect to wide corridors. Just a regular wide corridor. So there's wide corridor X braces, and then there's wide corridor regulars, right? Like straight pieces. The wide corridor straight pieces are the puzzle pieces that fit this stuff together, man. Yeah, no. Good call. Because, yeah, some people were curious about that. They're like, wait, what do you mean? Hey, Mihai, what's up, dude? They still have to do a splashdown where there's still sunlight. We need to see it. You could pretty much see it, Bargon, over there, but yeah, like from that footage. Sorry, I'm talking to Kevin. I'm talking to Mr. Ship 26. I'm wondering why the light, when you get in here, screws up. But, man, whatever. Okay. This needs to be be saved as the throughway. Throughway wide corridor for the POA interior. Save the blueprint. Clear blueprint designer. Take everything there. Okay. Now, here's the test. Big test here. Get rid of the deck spacing. Test articles. Now we see if it works. Are you going to be on Flame Trench? You got it, Dave. Okay, hold up. No. All right. What'd you screw up? I'll let you know in a second. It's nearing the 4:30 mark. I know. What did I screw up? What did I screw up, dudes? I should have left the deck testing articles here. Oh, okay. Reminder, food is here. Okay. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna get this done quick. It's gonna look weird, but I don't care. I just want to place this quick. Yeah, we got work to do. We got a flame trench to... Come on. Come on. Do you need all those beams between the modules? Would they be there, Mihai, if I didn't? Yep, too high. Those modules are junk. All right, that's the right spacing that we need. But, yeah. All our modules are just 1 meter too high, which is weird because I just spaced it on... I just used the deck spacing thing to do it. Yeah, we didn't get it right. I gotta do more work with this. I tried to rush it and it didn't work. Cool. That's fine. Yeah, the snapping points between the beams, Raiden. It's okay. It's okay. Let me just leave a note here and... There we go. Hey, butt brunch. Fix the deck spacing to align with the deck spacing test article. There we go. Save. All right, guys. So, it's time for Flame Trench. We're like, let's be real. We're gonna be talking about Flight 5 the entire time. Like, that's what's gonna happen, and then we're gonna segue into a Starlink launch, which should be pretty cool if it goes. So if you're on the YouTube side of things, the stream is going to end, and I will get you guys the link to the upcoming Flame Trench stream and post it over there. If you're on Twitch, you don't need to go anywhere. Flame Trench is coming up here very, very shortly. Let me get the link, NSF. There's the link. And I will see you guys all over on Flame Trench. Cool. All right. I'll see you guys there. There will be a momentary loss of signal, and the NSF feed should be popping up here momentarily. So stand by for loss of signal, as expected.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Pulse, what's good, man? Catch me right before Flame Trench. Anyway, bye, YouTube. I'll see you in a second.